Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to this another video. In this video, will be a bit different video than other videos I've made so far in this channel. In this video, I'm going to be explaining you the MVC architecture of React with a full stack application. Now, this video might be a really long video. Um, just keep up with me, and you'll learn everything you want. So I just want to let you know that what we'll cover in this video. We will create a full stack application using Spring Boot in the backend and frontend using React. We're gonna host that application to a free server, and also in React we're gonna use the MVC architecture, and we're gonna use a cloud MySQL database to connect with. Okay, so these are the topics we'll be covering in this video, and this full stack application is a little bit different than what you have all seen in other tutorials. In this video I'll be building the full stack application continuously and you'll be watching it. So I will be using Spring and hand, and I'm gonna use React in another hand, and we're just gonna combine them to create a perfect full stack application. And on the front end I'll be using CSS, using Material UI, jQuery, bootstraps, and so more. I will also implement the React MVC architecture. So this video will be very fun. I hope you stick out with me, and if there's something wrong with the microphone, I'm really sorry that it's a bit fuzzy sound, but let's get started. Okay, so before we start our project, there is one more thing to be mentioned. So for this project you need some prerequisites. So what you have to learn is React hook form for form handling. You need to learn Spring Boot for backend. You also need to learn MySQL database or basic database knowledge. If you learn Postgres or other database system, make sure that it will be SQL. You should have a basic knowledge of backend, how it works, get, post, delete, put, and you should have a basic knowledge of front end of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So without further ado, let's just get started. These are the prerequisites which is needed for you to get started. Okay, so before we even start this project, let me just show you how this project would look like. So this will be the front end. As you can see, you can update a person right here. Let me just change the name quickly. So you can update a person. This will show a message at the corner. Hold on a second. Yes, successfully updated, and you'll be noticing that this is updated. You can delete a person, delete it. You can add new one. Say this 22. If you click on this, successfully added person. See, this is the project we will be creating using React, and the backend will be using Spring Boot and MySQL. The MySQL will be in a cloud database called a remote MySQL database. And here you go. This is my backend, as you can see. So this is also all hosted, and I'm going to be just showing you that what we'll be building in this session. Okay. Alright, so let's just get started. So the first thing I've done is basically I created a React app. I added every dependencies, and I basically just started it because it takes a little while. Started React app. This is my React application, as you can see, and I have started it. This is my welcome to this full stack React application already running with some dependencies, and I'm also gonna show this dependency on the link below, so you can also start it. I'm gonna put it in the description so you can also do it. So these are the dependency I'm using. Yes, these are the dependencies I'm using: jQuery, React DOM, React hook form, Yup, resolvers, Axios, Material UI, and these so more. And we're just gonna add them right now. I hope that is already added. So I'm gonna put in the link in the description so you can find it on your own. Now this is going to be my front end. So before I started doing front end, I'm gonna end the back end first. So in the back end I'll be using Spring So let's just create the project right now. I've created the project because React project, because it takes a little while to create a project, so I'm gonna do the backend because it takes much less time. Right, so open whatever idea you're using to create a Spring Boot application. Let me head over to the new project. You can also open this using start.spring.io. It's fine. I'm also gonna put the dependency here. This is our Spring initializer. Here I have generated everything, and all the dependencies and everything you'll need. I'm also gonna share this using get link, and I'm also gonna put a link in the description so you can actually download it in your own using these dependencies. From now on, I would like to just create it right here, or I can just do that here, but that's also fine. Okay, so our name is going to be backend. So the name of this project structure is like this, that inside my let me just show you the project structure first. Okay, so this is my person application, which is I'm going to be building, and right here it'll be front end and back end. Front end is a React project and back end is a Spring Boot project. Simple, right? Okay, now the next thing I want to do is basically start our everything. So the name of our application will be backend. It's gonna head over to, let's see, pwd. This is our URL. And so I'm just gonna say that I'm using Linux Ubuntu here, if you don't know. Okay, so yes, I've did that, and now let's head over to Maven. Say group, I'm gonna say com.fullstackbd.tasin, and Java version 11. Next, so I'm gonna get the dependency using web dependency Spring, and then JPA dependency, MySQL driver, and as well as the Lombok dependency. Now let's create the project. So that will be our Spring Boot project. Now before I do anything else, what I really want to do is set up the database, the root first, so everything would be easy for us to work with. Alright, so I'm gonna be creating the database. Wait a second. Let's just wait for this to get synced. I'm also really sorry that if my microphone is a bit fuzzy. Alright, so this might be it. Okay, so now what I want to do is basically set the application.properties file to application.yaml file, because that's like a popular convention to switch. Okay, the resource application properties file, let's refactor this to application.yaml file. So now I'm gonna set my database. Before setting the database, what I want to do is let's just create the database before setting it. So what I want to do is basically configure the database with IntelliJ, so I can work with database and this at the same location. You can also open MySQL Workbench. It really depends on you. So here I have the database section on the IntelliJ maybe advanced, no sorry, IntelliJ professional edition. You can get this. So here I'm gonna get the data source, MySQL. Here you go, MySQL. And now I'm gonna get my user authentications and all. So user Tasin, my password, and let's test the connection. See, the connection is succeeded. Let's apply and OK. So this is my database, my MySQL database. Now let's run some query to create our database. Currently they got 22 for database, which I'm gonna not select any of them. So let's create database, and we'll name this database full let's say full stack person db. Full stack person db. Yeah, let's set that here. Full stack person db. This is going to be our database. Now let's create our database. Simple. Done. Now let's use our full stack create database. Full stack person db database. Now let me use that. Perfect. Now we have created our database. Now let's configure it using the Spring Boot YAML file. So the first thing I want to do is change the server address and port. This is server address will localhost, port will be 8000, Spring JPA Hibernate DDL auto, which I want to say it as update. Now update is not a good thing for your application, but I'm gonna do it for this tutorial. Data source data source URL, and that'd be JDBC MySQL localhost 3306 / and I'm gonna paste this database right here. This will be my database. Now I'm gonna set up the username, password, the driver class name to com.mysql.cg.jdbc driver. So this is my complete database configuration to get ourselves started using start with the database. So now what I want to do is basically run our Spring Boot application to let's just make a simple controller to view it on the web application. So let's create our basic every packages. We're gonna create the controller. Let's also create the service. Let's create the model. Let's create the entity. Controller, service model, as well as the repository. So this will be my basic project structure, and these MVC pattern I also use it on my React as well. And you'll see these things nowhere to be found. These are nowhere to be found. Only in this video I'll show you that. Okay, so let's just create a basic controller called hello controller, just to view it on the web page. So I'll just annotate it with @rest controller. Also before that, what I would like to open Insomnia so I can basically test my REST APIs. So yeah, I'll just let this open. And now let's get a basic controller using the gathered get mapping. Public string hello world return hello world. Okay, seems perfect. Now let's start our backend application. Okay, I think I've done something wrong. It says warning resource release 17. I forgot to change the version. I have missed. I have done something wrong. So my Java version is using is 11, but here it says 17. So let's change that to 11. And for some, yeah, let's just change the version as well. It doesn't matter, but I'm just gonna do 1.0.0, the first version. Let's reload my Maven dependencies. Yep, seems perfect. Now let's run the backend application one more time. And also we need another dependency for our React to collaborate with our Spring Boot. Is we need this Spring Boot to also use the uh, cross we want this to be a cross backend. What's that called again? We want this to apply course origin here. So basically, if the JavaScript sends request to our this application, we would like to do a course, so we can easily send this send the post request, get request, and many more. So a ladder dependency using for applying the course origin, and that dependency will be HTTP client from origin.apache.http components. Now after that, I'm gonna refresh my dependencies. Okay, while this dependency were refreshed, I have also realized that my application is successfully ran. Alright, now let's head over there and let's open at localhost 800 port, localhost 8000 port. You see here, you can see at the top it says hello world, which seems perfect right now. Now the next thing I want to do is basically create our mandatory controllers layer, which need to be applied here. Sorry. Now let's get started with our real project. So this is going to be a person CRUD application, but I will implement every single topic. You will implement test cases, integration testings, and more on. So I've used a dependency. I've added the dependency HTTP client for our course origin. Now let's create a basic data table called our person table, which I'm gonna use the CRUD of a person applications, basic person. So let's entity Java class person. So I will annotate it with @entity and say the table name and I'll say person, just to specify it. I'm gonna do that. Now the person needs a private long ID for a primary key, private string name, and a private integer private integer age. These are the basic things. Now sorry, I have to forget to put the e here. Now I'm gonna annotate with @id. See, seems perfect. It's also showing the error, say add schema equals person. So now it's gonna be our person table here. And now we want to create the database. Before that, we're gonna see the getters and setters and everything. So for doing that, we have Lombok to create our getters and setters. So using Lombok, we'll do @getter, @setter, toString, and also gonna no args constructor, all args constructor, as well as the builder pattern to generate the objects of our applications. So these are the basic entity layer we have created. Now let's rerun the Spring Boot application to create the database, create the table. So yes, I'm also gonna show that shows equal to true, so we can view the sequels in our run console. So let's open the run and expand it so we can visualize it. So currently, as you can see, is during the basic configurations and just coming it up. Yes, here you can see that Hibernate shows that create table person using these things and configure it with the database. So now since this is created, we can go and check it out in the database. So as well as usual, I have implemented the database here. Currently you'll see nothing here, but if I refresh this, you'll see that we have this single table called person. Now let's open it. Let's see, query console, and now say select star from the person. See, we got this ID, age and name fields. Seems perfect. Okay, so now our database is created. Now we want to basically create a repository layer for this entity. So on this repository, let's say that person repository and annotate to using at that repository. As usual, it will extend the jQuery repository. The table name will be person, and the value will be long. Okay, so now a jQuery repository is extended to a person repository. Looks like a perfect repository layer. The next thing I want to do is basically create the service layer for this. So we'll go to down to top. So let's just create the service layer. It's can the person service, which should basically contain everything. That's gonna be an interface, sorry, interface, and we want this implementation of the service. We'll say person service implementation, which is going to be a class which basically implements our person service, and we're gonna annotate it using @service layer. Okay, seems perfect. Okay, so now person service implementation is also created, and now you're ready to start. So let's also create the controller layer at last. Person controller. Now here we want this to set up a course origin here, because we need to send requests to this controller layer at any from any place. So we are gonna say that this is going to be a REST controller first, and we'll say at cross origin, and I'm gonna pass in a origins is equal to star, that it can be set a request from anywhere you want, and request mapping, I'll say that API v1 let's say person, this is gonna be a request mapping, and we're gonna get a simple get mapping to fetch all the datas, to fetch public. Now the last thing, now let's come to the main point. Our basic everything is created. Now as usual, every application needs a basic way to fetch all the datas. So it's a CRUD. So CRUD, we're gonna implement our actual business logic right now. So we have we're gonna do a basic CRUD. So we know CRUD stands for create, read, update and delete. So we're going to implement these using our get mapping, post mapping, read mapping and put mapping. So let's first of all read all the data, but there's we're talking a little more about this, but we don't want to read every data. We don't want to read all data, because if we read all data, if there's like 1,000 records in our database, it will literally get all the 1,000 records in the database. We want to do some pagination. I'll say like, yeah, I want the first record, I want the first page containing about 10 records, then yes, give me that right now. So yes, this is what I want to do. I will basically implement pagination in our application, so we can actually uh, get a list of limited datas depending on the page numbers and lists. Okay, seems perfect. Now let's implement it. So from our get mapping, we don't want the every single data. We're just gonna implement using pagination. Say fetch slash page slash, now we want the page number and the let's say page number and the index slash parenthesis index. Okay, now this will return a list of persons. So say public list person fetch person using page. Now this is, now we're gonna say that at the rate path variable this is implemented at the path variable, get the page number, and that will be long page number. Yes, let's change that to integer. So no, let's just say slash page slash index and the size page number and the size. Just containing the page number here and the size, that how many of like 10 or 4. So say other path variable saying that I'm sorry. Okay. Alright, size, and it's also going to be an integer size. See, now we have implemented the perfect example. Now we got these two in the parameters. Now let's send it to our service layer. Now before I do anything right now, I want you to actually plug our entire application to controller to service to repository using the auto add. So here I'm gonna do is private person service let's auto add this, and let's serve the person service right now. Let's get the implementation of it, and right here we want to also auto add private person repository at that auto add. Simple, right? Now let's head over to the person controller application, and this will return the same thing, person service dot fetch person using page, and the first thing will containing the page number. What basically, let's say it index because page number doesn't sound good, sorry. Say that as index, and this is going to be index as well. Here I'll pass the index. Perfect, right? Now I'll pass the index and the size. Now let's create method. Now let's implementation. There will obviously cutting error. Let's implement these methods. Now let's come to the last part of actually now let's just print it. So now what I want to do is get those list of persons. So what we want to do is pageable. You're gonna use the pageable from org.spring framework, not the java.autoprint, org.spring framework data. As a pageable is equal to page request dot off, and here as you can see, whenever you press the control space bar on off, it says it's gonna get the int page as and the size. First of all, the index, yes, we want the index and of the size. Gonna specify that, and the index and the size. Look at that, perfect, right? And now I'm gonna say that list of persons will be the person repository dot find all using the pageable dot get content, and return the persons. Look at that, this is a perfect application. What is this? It says invariable. Okay, that also works. Now it's like a best code coverage anyways. So now we are just viewing this as a perfect one. So before that, let's not just do it from our controller led. I don't want to just set insomnia right now. Let's basically test our application. So let's get the service, because I just don't want to send the request right now. I will be sending request whenever you need to get the post mapping. Before that, let's test our service layer. So let's head over to the person service and generate a test case for this. So I'll generate the test case using JUnit 5, and I'll implement say the spring boot test. Say public void fetch persons using page. Oops, sorry about that. Annotate with the test annotation over Jupyter JUnit. And now what I want to do is auto add our auto add private person service. I'll do person service dot fetch person using page. It will get the index which I want. The basically what happens when you see 0 number index, that is count as the first page, as a list of an index. So there's one more thing I want to do is whenever you sending this thing at our person using page, right here index -1. So basically suppose it's 1, so 1 will return the second page, 0 will return the first page. So if that's 1 minus 1 0, and that will return the first page, not as a list order, it's a basic decimal. Alright, now let's test it. The index, I'll say I want to get the first page containing 4 records, and let's just print out that. Let's say persons, and let's run our test case. So if I test our person service, then it will be clarified that yes, it is gonna work completely fine. See, our Spring Boot application is running. So as you can see, it says persons is equal to list because we don't have any records in our database. So now what I want to do is basically mock something. So I don't want to specifically mock, let's just add some like data in our database. Now you probably think that are you gonna sit here and basically add these data add columns by yourself, or you cut the video and probably add them using by yourself? No. Right here I want to give an advice to you. Is I'm gonna use a data faker website which will create me fake datas. Let me show you what I meant. So I'll head over to a website called mockero.com, which will generate some random datas, and you can actually get the formats in CSV, JSON, as well as the SQL. So right here I'll just select the SQL, the table name. Our table name is person. We got the ID, row number. Now instead of name, let's just delete everything. Add another field that will be name, and instead of that, let's just say that first name. Let's add another field is age, and that will be number. So it's like 1 to basically 70 years. And now if it's covered 1000 rows, so basically I want like 100 of them, or maybe like 200 records. I want to generate 200 records. So if I preview this, you'll be seeing that it only shows the first 100 records, but it's all the insert into commands. So I want to generate 200 records. Download data. Okay, so I generated the data. Now let's just do that. So our person.sql is basically here. If we preview this, I've just clicked on show in folder. This is our person.sql. This is a basically insert into command of like 200 rows, as you can see. Yeah, there are 200 rows of insert into commands, and you can see that. And there's one more thing I absolutely forgot to do, is I forgot to set auto incremented value on my database, which I need to do right now. So I say the generated value strategy generation type dot identify. Now let's just rerun our application, because without auto incrementing, we just want to serialize our ID. It's fine. This will just update our entire thing, because we say the readle auto update. And don't worry, after pagination I'm gonna be deleting all those records, because we don't want 200 records in our database. It will be hard for us to test the other methods like add, delete, update. So we just for fetching the data, I'm just generating this SQL queries, inserting SQL queries. Okay, now I think the alter should be the alter command. Okay, let's just check our console first. Jump to the query console, describe our person. Okay, now there are no auto incremented still there, which is, I don't like it. Okay, I think it didn't save. Let's rerun our application. Generated value strategy 0 generation type to identify. Okay, let's rerun our application. Spring Boot, Tomcat localhost, SQL dialect, JPA. Okay, this is not working. So I can do one more thing, is drop our table. Drop table person. Now our person table is dropped. Should be nothing called this. Now let's rerun it again. So now it should be creating our table using the auto incremented. Anytime now. Yes, here we go. See, now there is the auto incremented value here. Now if I do is refresh my table, then you'll be seeing that this is here. Now if I describe it, auto incremented, if I select everything from the table, currently there is nothing in the table. Now I want to add these mocking data I have created. So how am I supposed to add it? Let's open in this with terminal and let's open MySQL. Now I am using MyCLI, which is basically MySQL, but it's a bit of a oh sorry, that's in minus here and minus u, that's in, it's a auto incremented I'm sorry, it's a auto completed MySQL console. Let me show you what I meant. See, it just creates an auto increment sorry, or auto completed console. That's it, there's nothing else. So if I use the, it's the same, that's fine. Full stack person db and select star from person, there's nothing here, so we just clear the console. Now we want to just run all the queries inside this file. So say source dot slash person SQL, then you're seeing that okay, all queries affected, and see our queries are affected. Now if I do is select star from person, you'll be noticing that there is a list of 200 records. Now if I do the test case, if I run the test case again, then you'll be noticing that it will contain the first page using those 4 records. See, now it contains the first 4 records, but let's just do an assert equals to check out if it really contains or not. So what I want to do is, it's hard to read here, so let's do an assert equal to actually verify our test. So let's go to the person service test, that here. Now it should contain the first 4 records. Now if I get the first 4 records, that would be these 4 records. Let me select everything from the person again. Yeah, the first 4 records should be these 4. So let's just create these things. Okay, right here I'll say list of person, let's say expected result is equal to list dot of, here I'll say list of person object. So I'll say person. Now here I'll use the builder pattern to generate objects. Person dot builder dot build, and I'll say that dot sorry okay dot id should be 1l, dot name should be the first name, dot age, that would be 53. That is our first record. Now we have to create some multiple records like that. The second one should be 2l, his age is 56 years old, and that is Madonna. Now Gabriel, 57 years old, and that is Ivan. Last record, it is the last one is contains the ID 4, age 15 years old. His name is Christopher. So these are the expected result which I want. Now let's just can I, like, okay, these are the expected result. Now we do an assert equal. So I'll say, I'll just cut these things. I'll say list of person found result is equal to this, and now I'm gonna do a basic assert equal to check. Assert equals, and now I want the found result to be the expected result. See, perfect. Now it makes much of a sense that we're actually running a test case. Now if I run this test case, you'll be noticing that yes, it should be done. Parsing Java, tests of backend. Okay, now let's see what happens. Okay, let's see the difference. So our expected result was ID 1, name this person, ID 2. Okay, contents are identical. I'm not sure why. Okay, it's kind of hard to read. For these are the same things. It says contents are identical. These are the same things, but for some reason it still didn't work out. Which I'm not I'm not sure why that's happening. No differences. Okay, but it still got the compilation error. Let's see what it got. 47 number line. What's the 47 number line? Oh, okay. Let's just debug. Expected Java collection random access list. So okay, I have a plan. Let's just both turn them to a list of persons, because I think it is accepting another value, but now I just want you to be a list of person, that's all. So if I've typecasted these two, now let's check out if it works or not. So this is the best part of testing, that you can know that your test cases, like you can run a test case, and it's really fun to run test cases in this like Spring with builder type annotation. Okay, that's fine. Even if it fails, we know that this thing is working. We can see that by using the difference. So it still failed, but that's fine. I don't mind that much. So let's just delete this test files. Test. delete. Okay, fine by me. This is working completely. Now let's actually our project is running completely fine. Now let's open Insomnia to get the results. So in Insomnia, I will just create a new uh, folder, say person backend, containing the first request to get the data. So I'll just say get and say localhost 8000/API/v1/person/fetch/page. Now we want the first page containing slash index slash 4. This should be the correct one. Okay, let's check it out. So it says actually size, page slash size. Perfect. Now you can see the first 4 records using the, and if I say page number 2, this will just give me the second 4 records, and like that. And how many pages should there be? So if you divide 200 divided by 4, then that would be about like 50 pages in total. So if I do 50 page number 50, then you will be noticing that will be the last 200. Now whenever you go out of the range, you say 51, this will return a blank list, which only makes sense. Now the next thing I want to do is make a route which will generate which will give me the page, how many the list this will give me the total pages, how many pages are there. So let's create a route for that. For that, I would like to generate a basic, like, sometimes our server, a backend, needs to send a basic message like successfully. We don't want to, like, whenever we add it, we want we will just say successfully added and return with 2020 202 or 404 status codes to let our server know, right? It's a basic way of approaching to clients. Now right here, what I want to do is basically create a model which will contain a dictionary, that message, result, and the status code. And on that message, I will just show that total pages was about 20 or 40. So let's create a model. Now if you still don't understand, just stick out with this thing. I'll be let's just do it with the implementation. You'll automatically understand why did I create a model. So let's create a new file at the model. It's for basic message approaching. So let's create a message class. Now our message is not should be a string, it can be a integer, it can be a long, because whenever I'm sending the total page amount, this cannot be string, it needs to be also, it can be also number, a long, and so on. So I want to do is private object message, or that I can do is public class, and I can say that question mark or say t message, t type message, and I can do is private private boolean result, like just to see that if that result is a successful result or a false result. And we want a status code, that which of the status code are we getting. So that would be a private integer status code. So these are the 3 things we want. Now this message is about t object. Let's actually implement that normally. So right now, hello controller, we want to just, instead of the slash, we're gonna send it using a message. So what I want to do is, interacting with the module on the controller layer. So we're gonna interact the model from the controller layer, because I specifically do not want to create a service layer for this hello controller. It's not a big job, so I'll just create using this. And before I do that, there's one more thing I have to do is Let's just generate the getters, errors and everything. So I'll just do the basic thing: getter, setter, toString, toString at the @ no args constructor, all args constructor, as well as the builder type annotation. Okay, now our message is completed. Now let's go to our hello controller. Now we want this to be message of type, let's say string dot. Okay, is there any way I can do message dot builder dot build? Let's say that it's of message, and right here it's a message string, and write a message dot builder dot build, which is not returning basically anything. So it's a message containing string. Let's say that message dot builder dot build return message dot. Well, I'm not sure why is it not working. Message dot builder dot build dot message. Okay, let's just generate it right using the new keyword. Let's see if that works. Oh, I see, I have to do it like that. That's why it's not working. Maybe message dot builder. Okay, that's not also the case. And now if I pass in the first of all the message type string is that hello world, also gonna pass the result to true, status code 202. Let me just rerun our Spring Boot application. Now let's head over to the localhost 800 and refresh this component. You can see that yes, message hello world result true and status code 202. Although I still do not know why it could not get the builder type annotation. It cannot generate the builder. Let's check it out. So if I specifically do this, message of string type message is equal to message dot builder dot build dot message be welcome dot result true dot status code 202. Does that works the same? Why it is receiving the object? I explicitly say that it is string when there is absolutely no reason to basically create the. So I don't know about generics are not working here. I don't know about why it's not. Let's just remove this thing. Let's say I want an object. Now this makes like a bit more sense. So say I want into message and I'll say welcome to this backend API, and let me just remove this thing, return new. Now this makes a bit more sense. Now right here I can pass the page number, total page numbers within the message, which will absolutely make a bit more sense. Yes. Now if I head over to this URL and refresh this will basically generate the same thing, as we all know. Alright, seems perfect. Now we have created the model. Now I guess you understand the usage of this model. Now let's implement the usage of this model. Let's go to the person controller, and just the person service that now we've added this thing. Now let's get the all page get the all page numbers, like how many pages are there. So get total pages. Now let's create a public long, should not be long, let's should get total pages. I do not think that I need to test this thing. There's no need for this to test. So I can do is get mapping to /fetch /page /total page. I'll do just this /fetch /total page, and this will just fetch the total page. So I want to do is return the person service dot fetch total page. We're gonna pass nothing here. So I want this total page to be fetched according to the size. Like if there's like 10 records each in a page, then the total page would be different. If that's 4, the total page would be different. So I want the size to be specified here, and I want the total page slash we're gonna define the size size, oh god, slash, oh my god, the size slash, we're gonna specify the size here. And now in size we're gonna say that at the red path variable get the size, and now I want to say specify that size here. Now let me just create the method. The implementation surely got an error. Now fetch total page, it will return the person repository. Now to get the total page, we are going to get the pageable object as usual. Pageable page request dot off, and the page number doesn't matter, so I'm gonna say that get the 0 first one, containing about the size, and I want to return the person repository dot find all using the pageable object dot get total pages. See, now this seems absolutely perfect. Okay, so it says cast expression to long. So what does it specifically returns, teacher? Oh, sorry. If I specify this as an integer, I think it returns integer. So let's go to the person service, say integer oh god, integer, this also works. Integer. See, Perfect. All the related problems are now over. Now on our person controller again, in an integer. Now we just don't want to return it. Now we want to just get these things and pass it to our message. So let's basically there's one more thing, that this message requires a status code. So you might as well also want to pass the status code within your application, within your code. So how you do that is by returning the response entity. Response entity is of type message object. Okay, response type message object, and return the response entity dot status code, and I'll say I return 202 status code dot body will be our message object. So all the is body message dot builder dot message dot builder, sorry, message dot builder dot build. This is my body, and right here on this message dot builder we want to specify the explicit variables. So I want to say dot message is of an object, so I'm gonna pass in the person. Gonna get the, first of all, let's just get that, say integer total pages is equal to person service dot fetch total page using the size number, and right here I just want to pass in the total pages. See, it basically makes sense right now. So let's go 202 fetch total page size. Now I refresh this application. Okay, now if I head over to this application and just say that slash API v1 person slash fetch slash total page slash size slash, I'll say each page should contain about 4 records, so there will be total 50 pages. See, it says 50 pages. And I also forgot to result and status code. Let's do that here. So dot result true dot status code is of 2022, and as well let me just rerun my Spring Boot application. You see these things, if we the first 1 hour, as you can see, we have just covered up these things, and the rest of the things is going to be a piece of cake, because I'll just do it without even talking, because you have understood the business logic and how I'm doing these things, so I don't have to say anymore. So I can just doing the post mapping, date mapping, and put mapping it's super fast. Okay, now if I refresh it, see 50 to 202 status code. If I check out the input element, network, how am I supposed to see that? Other, manifest, clear, network settings, network condition. Okay, let's just do that in using here total pages and paste that here. And if I do that, you see that it is returning 202 and status code 202 by using the response entity object, which is absolutely the perfect way. Alright, now let's just do the post mapping, delete mapping, and put mapping. Let's add public response entity. Public response entity is of message object. Add person. No, I'll be a little bit fast from now. So we want the JSON object from our request body. Request body person. So the request body, want the person object from our request body. Okay, perfect, right? Now what I want to do is return want the person service to add it for me. Person service dot add person, that person. Now there is a matter of consideration here. Okay, let me just implement that and I will be talking about that right now. Now there's an important fact that you know what Spring does. Spring basically does is whenever you have the uh, person which is to be added, if that person already exists or it doesn't show you any error, it basically does is updates that, because dot save is aside update, and on the other hand it is also create. So yeah, we don't want to do that right now. So what I want to do is specifically add only, and there is no functional way to explicitly say that yeah, please do not update using that dot save function. So what I want to do is basically using at the query annotation, we are gonna create that thing, the native query from our repository layer, and you'll be noticing that because we're gonna test our repository layer after doing that, and then we're gonna implement it in our service there. So let's go to our repository layer, and for now on let's just leave it like this. Just return null from now on, just to not show error. Okay, now let's go to our repository layer, and right now I want to just create that thing. We want to just add it. So void add person. Now in that add person, we yeah, we will just don't want the, we're just gonna pass in the IDs and everything to be contained here, whatever. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna pass in the ID to be updated, and if you know, if do not pass any request body ID, this will receive null, which will auto increment it. We know that. Now long ID, it will receive a string name and a integer age. Sorry. And we're gonna do this using at the query annotation, using from Spring data JPA repository, and right here we're gonna specify that query. Sorry. I also pass in the native query to true. And right here I want to do is insert into person ID name and age containing the values. If you're still confused, let's just check out this thing. And on that values we're gonna pass in the colon ID colon name colon age, and do that. There's no need of semicolons. So yes, now this is our, just change the data to Now this is our basic query writing and using the native query to write it. So now let's test this thing. We're gonna go to person repository. Currently we have over 200 records in our person table. Let's just delete everything. Delete from person. And it's just save delete. Okay, let's execute it. No values here. There's Spring Boot test. Public void and that is channel above it. Okay, so now we'll do is person repository dot add person, and first of all we don't want to specify any IDs. So let's see if it auto increments or not. So now if I run the test case, okay, test failed. It's a JDBC execution insert into command. Okay, there's also one more thing I forgot, that I have to set it as a transactional and modification. So if I set that as a transactional and modifying, and now on our person repository test we should be noticing that it is completely fine. So let's build it and run it. Okay, now as you can see that person worked, insert into name, and if I check our database, run this thing, you see our 201 added. Now if I want to just basically let's just start again. If I want to send it using 1 or like 201L, the same one, this should be causing me an error which basically makes sense that you cannot add ID with the same value because it's a primary key. But if it used the save functionality, it would have updated it on our Spring repository, But now since I'm using the insert command, it should be showing me an error right now. Wait a second, it should go. Yes, see, now it shows me an error. Now we are clarified that it would only update, not add it. So yeah, now it completely makes sense of using an insert into command, right? Yes. All right, so now this thing is completed. Now the next thing I want to do is basically um let's we have clarified our repository layer. Now we're gonna implement this in our service layer. So in our person controller, we have said that person service dot add person. Let's go to the implementation of that from that person object. And what I want to do is basically say that person repository dot add person, person dot get id, person dot get name, and person dot get age. See, this is perfect. Now this thing is working. Now what would like to do if there was an error in our like a service layer, if this got an error with the same id if you send. So we want to just handle it in our controller layer, that I just do not do that. Okay, now this is basically working, right? A person repository can add it, but now what if an exception occurs in our service layer, because it is normal if a client send using the same id. So what I want to do is basically say that you're gonna indent it in the try catch block right here, and let's go to the let's just remove hello controller for now. Now we'll read try catch. So you know, if it occurs, then it will just get to the catch one, exception e, where you would have to return thing and the thing. Now right here, I want to let you do is response entity dot successfully added. So let's go to Chrome and search for HTTP status code, and I'll be specifically getting that Mozilla Firefox one. HTTP status codes developer.mozilla.org. Yes, I'm looking for that one. Yes. So let's go for our informational responses, like successful responses. So it says created. We're gonna use it 201 for this one. Response entity dot status code 201, which explicitly means that created dot body, and inside our body we would like to pass in our message object, message.builder.build, and our builder, on our builder we're gonna pass in the message that message successfully added person dot result is of true, and dot state, okay, sorry, that result is of true, and dot status code is of 201, which only makes sense. Dot build. See, now it's completely working, and we were to pass the same thing but of some. It's not going to be a successful response anymore. It's going to be a client error responses, and it says unauthorized bad request forbidden. Let's check it out. Not found, method not allowed, not accepted, request timed out, conflict. So let's say for like client responses. Yeah, we're gonna see the not acceptable. Okay, so I'm gonna send it using not acceptable at 406 error. So let's do that. Response sensitivity of 406, maybe 406 not acceptable, and I'll say basically say that couldn't add person, and the out result false, and I'll just specify it as the 406 dot build. This is what it's gonna return to us. Okay, now as you can see, this is a completely working add functionality we have done here. Now let's just rerun our Spring Boot application to test it. Okay, that's it. Okay, so now it's actually ran. Now what I want to do is basically add an HTTP request saying that add a post, and right here if I say localhost 800 slash API slash v1 slash person slash add, and add it using the post request body as a JSON, and right here I want to pass everything, the ID. First of all, I do not want to specify ID. Let's check it out if it actually specified it as a null. Okay, let's just not specify the ID said now. If I specify using this and send the request, it's successful added person. Go to the database and let's check out the persons. See, here we got ID, this thing added. But if we want to send it using the same ID, let's see if it does error. Two zero one. Yes, it's false. Means it is clearly working. It says 406 not acceptable. Perfect. Now right now I want to do the same thing for the delete mapping and put mapping. So quickly just create a delete mapping now instead of a post mapping. Let's say that delete mapping slash delete slash and a parenthesis ID to get one. And there's one more thing I forgot to do, is basically fetch using ID. I absolutely forgot to do that. So, and there's one more thing I realized is I what is that thing at the request body I had to do? Yes, that's supposed to that fetch by ID. So I'll say get mapping fetch slash parenthesis ID public person fetch by ID. It's gonna see the path variable, at that path variable ID long ID, return the person service dot fetch by ID, and here I would like to just implement the function in our service layer. Now obviously, as usual on the service implementation, there should be an error at the top that you haven't implemented it, so I'm gonna implement that method. Now in the end I'll say person repository dot fetch dot find by ID. Inside that I will have to specify the ID. It's basic. Oh, it requires an optional one. Okay, let's undo that. So basically what happens is whenever you do not find that person containing that ID, it basically does is it returns a basically it returns null, but now what I'd like to do is force them to get that thing. Now it will cause an error if there will no ID to be found. Let's head over the controller layer and set a try catch block for this exception. So say try and catch exception e. Let's say we want to do this, and if it causes any exception we want to just say return person service. Now if it really actually got an error, we want to get that message builder build to generate a message for us. So right here it turns a person. Let's also do this as a response entity of person. So right here let's just cut this thing. Response entity. The status, let's see what is the status code to be like found. Let's say I want to a status code which says found. Say the status code containing like, oh, I found it. It is up. Yes, here you go. 302 status code found. Accept and the response entity. And I'll say that not found. Not found. Okay, not found is 404. Dot 404 dot body, and I'll say it as a sorry. Let's just put that and say message dot builder dot build, and here I have to specify it using the enters dot message. I'll say is of person object. Okay, so let's say as of a question mark to be like any object. Let's say I won't like to specify that person was not found with that ID. Person was not found. Let's say person was not found. That's all. Dot result. Let's say it as a false result. And dot status code 404. That's our responses. Okay. Now let me just rerun our Spring Boot application. Let's head over to our Insomnia. Okay, let's head over to Insomnia, and let's create another request called fetch by ID. That would be localhost currently, as we saw in our database, yes, this probably should be in database. Okay. Okay, so it's under like this services panel, this happening. So the 202, so let's get a thing. I think 202, they're probably receiving the person object. But if I 201 200, see, person was not, result false, status code 404, not found. See, now this is a cleaner code and basically that proper usage of this, right? I like it. Now the one thing I have to do right now is basically map it with the other delete mapping right now. Let's go the person controller. Let's just minimize this thing. Now we want a at the rate delete mapping to delete our particular uh, object. So let's say that this delete mapping says delete slash parenthesis id to be deleted, and I'll say public. It's gonna be a response entity again, response entity of type question mark. Say delete by id containing the path variable id long id person service dot delete by id id. Let's do that and create that method. Implementation should have an absolute error. Implement those methods. Perfect. Then we'll do is person service. Sorry. Person repository. Perfect. So now this thing is completely working. This should be working, but if it doesn't finds anything with the id will cause an error, then we have to handle this error right now. Okay, see, now it's delete by id. It if that causes an error, so you need to just put it in a package block. So if it's a successful, then we want to return a successful response that deleted, and now I'll say okay. We want a okay response that will be 202. So let's say that return response entity dot status 202 dot body, and inside that body I would like to say that, you see, let me just copy these things. You don't know how to always do that. And I'll say if that's found, then I say person successfully deleted, person successfully deleted person result to status code 202. Okay. And also put this in the link in the description, that the list of status codes to be found. I'm gonna put that in the link in the description, that you can also get to the Mozilla Firefox and discover some more HTTP status codes. Okay, now let's head over to the Chrome browser again and search for like deleted. Okay, now we want a not found, so that would be 40404. So let us say response entity dot status 404 dot body, and inside that body let's paste this thing, and I'll say couldn't See, now it's a complete delete mapping. Now let's test our delete mapping. Let's refresh our entire application and test our delete mapping. See, it's running. Square insomnia. Let's just generate a new request. Delete by ID. Here address specify. Repeat delete mapping. I believe yes, we got delete mapping here. Let's go to the console and check out the 202. So I say that delete slash 202. It would successfully delete the person. If I say 203, this person not found. Let's see, it's deleted. So now delete mapping is completed. The last thing is left is our update, and that would be the end of our full stack backend application. Then we'll move on to the front end one. Add the mapping, and here I say slash update slash parenthesis id public. Here it's gonna do is update it, so it will also return a response entity of type question mark update by id. Also, now here two parameters. First of all, it receives the particular id, and then it will receive the request long id, and then we want the request body to get request body, and then get the person, which makes sense. See, path variable id long id. Now what I want to do is pass this to our service layer. Service dot. So now let's just return null dot return person service dot delete by id, sorry, update person is gonna pass the person and the person object himself. Now let's just quickly generate the method. One implementation, unread problem, implement the methods. Now here comes another thing to be recognized is whenever if that like you supposedly change the id, then the dot save function would add it. And if you do not believe me, you can just simply try it in your own Spring Boot application, that if you somehow like change the id of that particular person, then what happens is if you change that id of that particular person, and when you try to save it, this will create another person, because we know that our save is the reference to insert into command as well as update. So we need to specify it as only update. That's why we need to create another function of the repository layer that please update it. Okay, now let's do that. Let's go to our person repository, that we void update person, Now suppose I want to like update only ID. There will be three functions. First of all, to update ID, second to update name, and third to update age. So here I'll receive the long ID. So now as usual we're gonna pass the @transactional and @modifying, and @query. Okay, and also that query will say the value to be parenthesis and native query to be true. And I'll say update set, I'll say update person. Okay, I still don't remember the syntax, so let's do it. Update person set id is equal to 2, where id is equal to 202, like this, right? Okay, I see. Repository. So by which we will say long new id and long id. Update person set id is equal to parenthesis new id, where id is equal to id. So this is to update the id. Let's create another one. Update, it's a update person id, and that is update person name. It's gonna receive the long id, and then we're gonna receive the string name. In update person set name is equal to name, where id is equal to this, and that will be update person age. Let's say this is gonna be an age of integer. Update person set id is equal to set age is equal to age, where id is equal to id. So these are the total implementation. Now let's go to our repository test and test these things. And public void update person @test annotation, say person service person repository dot update person name, update person id. This first of all update person the id, and then it will be clarified. So let's go to service there. So 201 is the last one. So 201, and we want to just update it using the new id is 20 is equal to 1. So now let's run the application. Okay, now as you can see our test case passed. Now if we go over to the console and select everything from the person again, noticing that it is 21. It means I do not have to test these other three, because one of them worked and I just copy pasted it, so everything should work. But now I would like to just check it out, like if that's true. Set name is equal to name, age is equal to age. Yes, perfect. Now let's implement this in our service there. Now how will I have to implement this in our service there? It's gonna be really easy. Let me show you how. So basically, let's create a person new person is equal to person repository and I want to check it out. If person dot get name if person dot get name okay, now let's just, there's one more thing I have to do. Objects dot non null person dot get name, then what you want to do is person dot then we'll have to do is person repository dot update person name person dot get name. Person dot get name, but it's required the new person ID. So okay, we don't need this anymore. Now we want to get the instance of these things. For the age, now person dot get age, get age, age. The last one, okay, now this thing is complete. Now only exception could occur if the ID was not found. Then this update person name would cause an error. Like, let me show you. Let's go to the person repository test, and suppose if we do that again, currently it's now 1, so this will basically cause an error because there will be no ID to be found as 201. So this will basically return a big JP error or exceptional, I don't know, from that Spring framework. Okay, you see now it still says that it worked out. You see the console. See, I'm not sure why it worked. It shouldn't be supposed to work. Let's see. When it set person ID is equal to question mark, where ID is equal to question mark. So we need to make this that if you cannot get that ID, then cause an exception. Which will you have to do this? Okay, I have to do it like this. These IDs need to be refactored. New person dot get ID. Sorry, that would be old person dot get ID. Then okay, anything other changes? No. And right here, it needs to be doing the same. I mean, I don't know why JP didn't cause an error, but we're gonna do this manually. Person old person is equal to person repository dot find by ID dot get. So whenever I'm using the get function, then this will cause an error, then it will I need to use a try catch block to accept that error. Now let's have the person controller for this exceptions. Now try catch exception e. All right. This in the same thing, but instead not found, we're gonna see if there's any annotation, anything called like update. Okay, this should be okay, so I'm gonna use the okay gateway. Okay, 200 response. Then what's 202 response? That is accepted. 200 response here. Let's remove the return now. 200 result to be true, and I'll say successfully updated person. Successfully updated person. Now right at this state, successfully. Let me just restart my application. Now this is the last thing we need to do for our CRUD. Then we can move on to our front end. Let's have the insomnia. Generate another request. Say it update person. Localhost 800 API v1 person update 1. Send it using a put mapping. This should cause an error because there's no JSON body. Inside body JSON, let's just put, if I put nothing here, that would be successful. But if I say 2 person not found, see currently in our console we can see that's just from person. We see that Tasin. Now let's change that to Tasin with the age of Tasin Ayman, which is my real name, and now I'm currently 13 years old. So I said name Tasin Ayman. If I do that, then this should be changed to Tasin Ayman. Perfect. And if I change my age to 13, this should also work. See, so I guess this is it for my complete CRUD application. Now in the next session I will be with you to create the front-end application using React and the MVC architecture. So grab a coffee, take some break, get a nap or something, because we still have a lot more to cover. So that's it for this session. So I'll be seeing you in the next session. Alright, so I hope you are ready, because in this part of the video I'm gonna be covering a lot of things. So in the last session I have completed the backend, and in this session I'm going to complete the front end for you, so you can actually learn how to create a full stack application on your own. So this front end application will be different than what you will say. So basically it's not going to be a basic front end application which will send you requests using axios. Not only that, we are also going to be using the MVC architecture pattern, which is a advanced topic at React, which is not actually mentioned to be at React. we have implemented that in other way. So in this video I'm gonna using the MVC architecture of React. So I hope you're ready. Let's get started. So I have opened the Visual Studio Code, and just to open it up, currently our project is running. You can see that on your web browser. This is our project running, and this is our backend. So in order for us to collaborate with our backend, to send requests to our backend, we need to get the backend URL and first and send a request to that particular URL service. So like fetch as and whatever. So to do that, before that, what I really wanted to do is, suppose if we change the backend URL to something else, or else to a domain instead of localhost, then would you be changing all of the backend URLs to all of the backend URLs in files? No. I want to save this URL into a particular file. So if I change that, everybody can change that URL. So let's do that first. So I'm going to be creating a basic file. So before that, let's just completely delete everything from our source code. Since we're implementing MVC architecture, I don't want anything in here. So let's do this and delete. So inside that source, let me just create a basic index.js file, and that's it. So this is gonna be our index.js file, and I'm gonna do a simple IMR for import React and IMRD for import React DOM. I'll just do basic const root is equal to React DOM dot create root. So not create portal, create root, and that will be root. Okay, and I'll say root dot render, and I want to render a basic h1 element saying app. So if I finish this code, then you'll be not all noticing that instead of this there's a blank okay, let's say so probably an error caught here. It says created card is not a DOM element. Okay, so yeah, DOM slash client. If I do that, then this should basically work. Now if I refresh it, create root, I have to do is document dot get element by id root. Now I believe that should be working. Here we go, a big fat app in the middle of the screen. Alright, so this is our basic index.js implemented. Now the next thing I want to do is save the backend URL in a particular file. So what's that file would be? I want to save it in a JSON file. So let's go to source, and I'm going to create a new folder like the resources folder. And in the most part of this video, I'm going to be implementing the I'm going to be implementing the project structure what I have used on my backend. So basically, as you can see, we have a resource folder containing all the configuration files like this application.yaml. So I want to create the resource folder in the source right now. Resources, and don't worry, I don't want to say any com.tasinaman. It's com.fullstackbd. There's no need for that. So in the resources, I'm going to create a new file called application.json. Oh, sorry, not JSX. It's going to be JSON. And let me show you how easy it is to read from a JSON file using React. And here I'll create a URL called backend, and I'm going to set it to this URL. Make sure that you don't have any slash at the end. Just make it like that. Okay, now you have a basic backend URL. Now suppose I want to read that. How would you have to do that? So I'm going to do import application, the name of your file, from /resources/application.json, and this will convert into a JavaScript object. And now if I do application.backend, then you'll be noticing our backend URL here. Easy, right? So our backend URL is running on 800 port, and this is running on 8080 port. I go to my application details, 80, it's 800. I think I have, let me just copy it again. Yes, it's 800. Okay, now this is how you can implement it. Now let's talk about the MVC architecture what we'll be implementing. Before that, what I want to do is create a basic root file where we'll be implementing these all. Okay, that root file will be app.jsx. Let's implement that. Inside the source, I'm gonna create a folder called, these are the folders I'm going to be creating. First of all, as our MVC architecture, we're going to be creating a folder called model, a folder called controller, and a folder called service, and a folder called repository, which is more likely this. We're going to create a controller, model, repository, and a service layer. And each layer, I'm going to talk about what we'll be implementing in each layers. Okay. So let's create these folders. So I want the controller folder here. Let's create another folder. It's going to be a service folder. Let's create another folder. It's going to be a repository folder. Let's create another folder. It's going to be a model folder. So these are the folders we need to be creating. And for simplicity, we're going to create another folder which is going to be routing, where I'm going to implement our routing. That. So, and one more is our views. This is not implemented there. It is a part of this MVC architecture. So we got views, service, routing, resources, repository, and model and controller. Okay, now let me explain these things. So I hope you can know the architecture from the slide here. So basically what we'll be implementing is shown here. Suppose we just want to fetch the data and show it using React. How would you like that? How would you like to do that using MVC architecture, which is almost similar to our Spring Boot MVC architecture? Let me show you how. So basically, when the routing, when you call to the routing, you call to a basic URL, that would call the controller layer. That will call the controller layer, and that controller layer will so that controller layer will do whatever they want. So the first thing the controller layer want to do is basically, suppose it's a fetch data operation we need to create. So we want to fetch the data from our service layer, which is our basic implementation of MVC architecture. So right here, what I want to do is I want to fetch the data. So as shown in our Spring Boot application, when we try to fetch the data, we don't directly call this from our controller layer. We do is we call a service layer, and that service layer will give the data. So the service layer will give you the data by sending the request to the backend API. Really simple, by sending to this backend API. So this backend API going to fetch the data and put it to the controller layer. But for the sake of this MVC architecture, this API will return JSON, and we want to typecast this to our model. I'm saying again, for the sake of the MVC architecture, we want to cast this to the model. So as we all know, in our project, whenever we get the SQL data, whenever you fetch the data from our backend using this repository layer, that repository layer will do everything. That repository layer will cast those SQL queries to list of persons or list of something else. Will, if you fetch the data, that will the repository layer cast these things to that particular object, that those SQL data to particular object. So right here, that this will do the same. This repository layer will cast this to model. Again, I'm saying, for the sake of the MVC architecture, we're gonna cast this to this model and send it back to the controller layer. And then whenever you got the data, controller layer will send that to the views layer as a props. So this is a React component but these three is not React component. These two is going to be a React component, and gonna put these after setting that state, we want to put these two views there as a props, and that views there will render the data. Now enough talking, let's get right into it. So how we will implement this? So first of all, we need a path to call the controller layer using routing. So let's implement routing first. So open your VS Code. Now let's create a, before that what I really want to do is, for our headers, footers and all the things, we need a basic root file which our index.js will call. As you know, all the basic React project has a root file which is called app.jsx. Now we're going to implement that in the views panel. We're going to implement it out of this thing. I'll say app.jsx. So right within our app.jsx, we're going to create a functional component. So let's create that. Now let's implement this app component to here. Let's say app, and now if I do this, probably notice that this is completely working. Now we want to implement our routing in our app.jsx. Before that, let's do some basic CSS styling. I will be cut back to you. It's basically about change the theme to white mode to dark mode. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, so I'll be cutting back to you whenever I'm done with the theming conventions. So I just did a basic CSS styling. It's fine, you don't have to do it. We're only going to be focusing on the MVC architecture. So just a little bit more I'm gonna do is get the basic header, and that will be it for our CSS. Then we can actually focus on the actual MVC architecture. So hold on for a second, I'm just going to create a header. So what I've done here is created the basic header here. So now let's focus on the actual part, and it is a matter of recognition that this header is going to be in the views folder. So it is a matter of recognition. Alright, so this is our basic header. Now we can actually do is implement a routing. So go ahead and create a file called routing.jsx. Say export default function routing, return. I'm going to do the browse router here. Now what I want to do so in the middle of a project, we are going to be needed to basically navigate to a particular URL. Like if you're done with that, then navigate to another URL. We need to add some of these like event listeners. So we need to do is let's put a browse router here, browse. And if you still don't understand, we'll be talking about that later on, but just follow the steps on, then we're going to be doing this later. So right now what I'm going to do is do the routes here, because you have already implemented our browser router. So inside that route, we're going to implement the route by each. So say path is equal to, if it's slash, then I want to get an element called each one. That's that's it. Now let's implement it in our routing. So now this is URL slash, let's say returns this. If I change that another, oh sorry, if I change it again, this won't show anything. So I really want to create a basic URL error file, which will do is which will contain, if the URL is wrong, it will render a basic HTML element that yes, page not found. So yeah, so we need to implement this in our views there. So we're gonna create a folder called error, and inside this folder we're gonna create a new file called URL error.jsx. And right here we're gonna create a basic CSS basic HTML implementation, and I don't want to bore you out with this, so I'll be cutting back to you whenever I'm done with the basic URL error function component. So I have implemented the basic URL error component, it's just nothing is gonna show and page not found error. So right now in our routing we want to implement it if there is nothing here. So it says slash star and implement our URL error component. URL error component. See, it's a basic component. Now let's go to our browser, and if I put anything wrong here, then you'll be noticing it's a page not found. The page you requested was not found. Okay, that is our basic implementation of if the URL is not found. And one more thing that I'm going to do, if you click on this here, if you click here, this will navigate to the root URL. To do that, that's why I have done the index.js. I have put the browser router in your index.js, so we can use the navigate in every single component. So let's go to our header, and right here I will create a basic const navigate is equal to use navigate from react.dom, and right here I'll say if you click on this typography toolbar as a component will be a just going to do a basic CSS right here. I'm going to say color white, text decoration none, and on click make sure to navigate to the slash URL. This is our basic typography component. Now if I refresh this, okay, I want this to be component called variant A and component A. Now if I refresh this, you'll be noticing oh sorry, say if you entered a wrong URL, and then I want you to do is basically let me just change that color as well. Color component is equal to a and variant is equal to 86. Say component is equal to button. If I do that, okay, now change your button. Let's say component A. Yeah, that would be it. So now if I click this, this will navigate to our root URL, which only makes sense. Okay, enough of this CSS, so it doesn't matter anyways. So now what we want to do is our basic boilerplate code is ready. And now after doing the worker, let's focus on the MVC architecture for GL right now. So we want to create a controller just like our project. We have this person controller here which does all the things. We're gonna create them here. So I'm gonna do is create a file called person controller. So as I mentioned in my wait a second, let me just minimize this. So as I mentioned in my slides, that these two are going to be the component layers. So that's what I'm going to do now. So it's export default function. So we're going to create some multiple of them. So export function fetch fetch data, so fetch person. It's going to be a fetch person component which will just return the basic h1 element saying fetch. As a CRUD, we're gonna create like 4 of them. So we got fetch person. We're gonna say it as a add person, where we're going to add the person, and then we have our update person, which is going to basically update, and then we have our delete person, which will basically delete a particular person. So these are our 4 basic controller layers what you are going to be using here. So now let's route this thing in our routing.jsx. Oh wait a second, let me just put that in the fields there. Okay, I did some thing wrong. Okay, now let me test that again. Oh sorry, let's refresh it. Okay. Okay, now if I do any error, this will tender here. Okay, anyways, so now let's create the basic of the URL. So I don't want to create a slash fetch. We're gonna be using the fetch in our slash URL. So say fetch person. As you can see, we're gonna be using this fetch person from the person controller. Now if I do this, it says fetch, and we're gonna create another one which is for add, another one for update, another one for delete. And this add, we're gonna create a basic add person, and here we're gonna just say that update person, that would be our final delete person. So now let's test these things out. We're gonna do slash add as an add, let's update, that will show an update, and delete, that will show a basic delete component. Okay, so now we have implemented the basic routing. Now let's go and implement the first thing. So what we want to do is we're gonna create a fetch. We want to fetch the data from our service layer and put it on our controller layer. So for that, we want to do is basically create the views first. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pass some sample data to the views, and that views will render it. So first of all, we're gonna do the rendering, and then we're gonna do that everything else. Okay, so let's create the, suppose we're gonna be passing, we're gonna create some view files. Let's get a new folder called the person, and here I'm gonna do is person list view j6 export default function person list view, which is going to receive a list of persons here, it's going to receive a list of persons here. Now I don't want to bore you with the CSS and the HTML I'm gonna do here, so I'll cut back to you when I'm done with this, and I'm gonna show you what happens when I pass the data as a props. Okay, so wait for a little while, I'm gonna cut back to you. So I implemented the basic CSS here. As you can see, CSS doesn't matter here, but now what we want to do is we want to test if we pass a data in this view, does it shows up or not. So for that, as I've shown you before through this slide, you can see that the controller is going to send to the views, but that is going to be a list of object, not a list of JSON data, because I know our API is going to send the JSON data. We want to typecast this to a model using repository layer. So let's do that thing. Suppose we have a list of JSON coming from an API, then we want to send it to the controller layer. So suppose this is our data, const persons set persons, let's get a user state, and we want to generate some data. So for generating some data, let's go to our application.json, and we're gonna put some data there. So let's go to our application.json. It's supposed to be on resources folder. This is our application.json. Here let's create a new data. We're gonna this is gonna be a list of data. So to get the list of data, let's go at here and go at mockcar.com to mock some data for us. So we want ID, row number, name, and a age. That will be a first name, and the age will be a number between 1 to 100. Yes, and let's just basically this we're supposed to we're gonna get the 10 records. Now for preview the data, you'll be noticing that these are the 10 records. Now let's just, instead of say CSV, let's change typecast to JSON, and down. Okay, we don't want to download the data. I'm just gonna copy paste it. Okay, so preview. So this is going to be our list of JSON data. Now let's copy this thing and paste it right here. And now if I want to read it here, I'm going to do is import application from the / resources folder / application.json, and here I'm going to do is application dot data to get the datas, and here. And now if I put that in our person list view, now check what happens. If I do this, and in our React app, let's go to root URL, then you'll be noticing something like this. Okay, so now you just fill the data with these. So in this person list view, we have put this in our person single view, and right here we want to just pass the data. So let's just say person.id. See, all that ID will be shown. Oh, sorry. Here, let me just get the persons here. Now if you do this, then you'll be, yes, here you go. The IDs are here. Person.name, the person.age. Then you'll be noticing, yes, everything is shown perfectly. Now the problem is here that this is the JSON data. We don't want to just say that dot name and dot age. So you'll be noticing, where is the model layer go? It does the repository layer go. Yes. So just as our backend project Spring Boot, we typecast SQL scripts, I mean SQL data after select statement. We typecast them into these objects, into Java objects, and then we can get the data. That's what you're gonna do in same. We're gonna do it right here. So let's create a model called person. Now I think you can relate the MVC architecture I'm using, and if you also notice some better MVC architecture than this, then you can also show me in the comment down below. So here you export default class, we're gonna say person. Okay, and right here we're gonna have some fields. So I'm gonna do is constructor, we're gonna construct this, and we're gonna receive the ID, name, and the age. So constructor ID, name, and age. Okay, the next thing I want to do is passing this ID, name, age, and say this dot ID equals ID, this dot name equals name, and this dot age is equal to age. Right after that, we're gonna create the getters and setters method, and it just won't have any toString methods because we know toString basically doesn't exist here. So let's create the getters and setters, but no, okay, fine, we're gonna create the toStrings. Okay, so let's say get ID this dot ID. Same for the name, same for the age. Get age, get name, set ID, ID, the age.id is equal to ID. Okay, let's do something like this. Control Shift. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Set obj set this dot is equal to Okay, I just used the ball upload code. Okay, that's fine. Set id this dot id is equal to id. Set name 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 name. Set age 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 age. It's just fine. We just implemented these over here. So now we have the getters and setters method completely ready. Now let's also get the toString. And also I really want a snippet to create objects like this in JavaScript. So if you guys found the VS Code extension which will generate the alter insert thing we have in IntelliJ, then you can please send this link and show me how to use it, because I'm really looking after that. So here we're gonna do it as a toString. We're just gonna pass this thing json.stringify, which is gonna JSONify this, and that will be our toString. toString id colon this dot id, name will be this dot name, and age would be this dot age. So this is our complete class here. Now after we get the JSON, we want to just typecast this to a these JSONs to the models. Now let me say something to you. There is no automatic way to do this. There is no such automatic way. So for us to do this, for us to cast this JSON to the model layer, to the model, we want a repository layer to cast it. So let's create the repository layer. That is going to be our person repository.js. Here we export some function. So the first function I want to export is cast. That cast will do, it's going to cast a JSON object to those models. Let me show you how. It's gonna receive the obj and it will return a new. So let me just, instead of saying cast, let's say export function JSON to object. Say JSON to object. This will receive the JSON and want to return it. Return new person, and right here we're gonna say id as a json.id, name as a json.name, and age as a json.age. And create another function. It's for export function to say list JSON list to obj. We should receive a JSON list. It's the same as lst. And what I want to do, where persons is equal to list persons, sorry, let's say lst dot map get each element, and we want to do is persons dot push. Now if you still don't understand what I'm doing here, you'll be noticing this in no time. Person, and we want to pass in the i.id, i.name, and the i.age here, and in the end we want to return this list. Now what if we want to, suppose this is our basic to repository layer we want to create, and we want another thing is, suppose our whenever we are going to basically want to send the data to the API to add it, we want to do is basically cast it back to the JSON. So how you do that? I will do export function obj to JSON. It's a totally different one. Obj to JSON. This will receive the obj, and right here object, and I'm going to do is return id colon obj dot get id, name colon obj dot get name and age colon obj dot get age. Let me say it once more. We're not using any Spring framework. That Spring will notice that this is, yes, we're using these things, so our repository layer will typecast this. No, we're not using it. We're just using this in JavaScript, so you need to write that thing your own. Export function list obj to JSON, obj list to JSON. What we'll do is we'll receive a list, and what we'll do is where persons is equal to list, and lst dot map I persons dot push id I dot get id name I dot get name and age I dot get age. So I believe this will work, and we got our repository layer completed for us to actually work. So now whenever the service layer has gotten the data and ready to give it to the controller layer, now the service layer will basically do is typecast this to the object, and controller layer will receive it and pass it here. Since hence we are not implementing the service layer yet, so we want to do this thing in our controller layer for simplicity. So let's go to our controller, and instead of setting this persons here, we want to do is JSON to obj, and in parenthesis we want to just pass the persons here. So it's going to be JSON list to obj. And now you'll be noticing there will be a lots of errors, maybe. Okay, no, alright, they can still find it because we know that it can also be get using the dot one. But now if you do this person dot get name person dot get id get age, let me say again for the sake of this, okay, let me see what's wrong here. So saying that person dot get id is not a function. Okay, maybe it haven't typecast it to the JSON object yet. Let me see what's wrong here. So basically we have said persons is equal to JSON list to object and passed the persons using the application data, which is a list of persons here. Okay, seems perfect. The JSON list to object, it just pushes a new person with the i.id, i.name and the i.age. Oh sorry, we need to return the persons at the end. Now if I refresh this, you'll be noticing all the data are here. What if you want to still access it using only the dot id, person dot name? See, it still shows up. Okay, fine. Let me say again, for the sake of the model, we have implemented the repository and the model layer. So now we have our basic understanding of this repository layer and the model layer. Let's implement our service layer, which is going to be our final layer to be implemented. So now hence this is proven that we can get the data, typecast it and do this. Now let's call the API and do the actual job. So what we want to do is we want if application loads or the state changes, we want to send a request to the server. Let me show you how. So you're gonna use a basic use effect here. Use effect with 0 dependencies, just to call at the beginning of our component rendering. This is what we want to do. And right here we want to create a service layer for this. Let's go to our service layer and let's get a new file, which is going to be our person service.js. Here I want to export some functions as well. Suppose the first thing I want to do, export function fetch persons. Now this will receive a set. Now what will do, why is it receiving a set? It will receive a set state, and let me explain why is it receiving a set state instead of returning the actual thing. Let me explain you in a very simple way. We know that JavaScript uses ajax to send request, and there are no other ways to send request without ajax. So what is the main benefits of ajax? What ajax does is, whenever you send a request, it doesn't holds down for that request. It completes all the task, and when the request is complete, the request data will do the job. So it doesn't wait for the request to get completed. So what happens, suppose we send a request here, sends request. Okay, now we send the request, and in another line we return it, return obj, which almost makes sense that we send the request, set it on a variable, and return the object that contains the data. So what happens when you send the request, ajax doesn't wait, so it returns it, and whenever they got the data or the request is completed, the function is already called, so the request just stands by there. So what we want to do is, whenever the request is complete, whenever it is done, just set it on our person using the set persons. I hopefully you understand. If you still didn't, then you can comment down below. That's fine. So here what we want to do is implement it right now. What we want to do is fetch persons, set persons. Okay, now we are using pagination here. So I still haven't implemented the pagination here. So what I'm going to do is basically we're gonna just get the first page, that's all, just for simplicity. So at here on our fetch persons, what do we want to do is, basically in this set method we have the set persons. Now let's send the request. So let's say let me open Insomnia again to see the actual application URL and how to send it. Okay, so that's it. We get the get to slash API v1 person fetch slash page, the page number and the size of it. Okay, so let's do this. So you want to do is axios, which is a basic way of I have added in the dependency. Make sure you add the dependency at the first. So you say yarn axios dot get, as we used the get mapping in our Spring Boot application, and we want to get the application. Now there are no application here, so we want to import the application. So say import application from the dot slash resources layer. Okay, we currently at the dot slash resource layer, and right here the application.json. Now I have got the application. What's the application dot backend slash API v1 person fetch page. So for simplicity, we have done is let's say we have this thing called like const page is equal to 1 const size is equals to, let's say we want the first 4 records here. So let's just say slash fetch slash page. Right here I'm gonna say page will be the page here slash size slash that would be this one, size dot then data. Okay, wait a second, this will make sense right now. Okay, now as you can see, we have received the data right here by sending the request. Snags, this is a simple library to send request, that's all. I'm not gonna say anything more about it. So now I've gotten it. The next thing I want to do is set it here. So with this set method, we're gonna pass the data just like that. So now let's see what happens. If I refresh this, I think there might be, yes, I see what's the error. So the error is this, we didn't cast this data to our using a repository layer. That's why it's not getting the get name. So let's cast it using the repository layer. So what I'm gonna do is JSON list to obj and pass the data. Oh, sorry. See, we are getting the first data. Alright. Currently we only have one data, but for our pagination we need a lot more data. So what I want to do now is basically add some more data in our database for us to test this. So let's go at the cd:/documents SQL scripts, have this person SQL. Let's go at my CLI scene and enter the password. I'll say source person.sql. Use the full stack person db. I think this is the one. Select star from person, source the person.sql to duplicate entry for one. Okay, delete from person, source the person's SQL to, and enter 200 data again. Now if I refresh this, this will get the first 4 records as mentioned in a pagination. Now let's implement the pagination as well. So let's do that. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Okay, so now I'm gonna be implementing the pagination part in the views layer and accessing the data in our controller layer, and we're just gonna do the pagination and the views quick. So I'm gonna be cutting back after I done the views layer of pagination. Okay, so now we have implemented this pagination here, which basically works like this. Now what I want to do is basically we want a state in our controller layer which is called page, and we want another state on our controller layer which is called the total page. So whenever we want the total page state to be transferred into our view, so that's why it can show like how many we need here. So let's go back to our person controller layer. What I want to do is let's create like 2 states. One is going to be a total pages. Set total pages is equal to use state. First of all, that's going to be 1, and we're gonna pass it to this here. So we're gonna pass the total page as total pages. So here we're going to go to the person list view, and we're gonna accept the total pages here. So right here outside the count, on the count, we're gonna say total pages. Very simple. And on change, we're gonna set that state. So basically now what to do is person controller, see use effect. Let's just create another state which is going to be a const page set page use state. We're gonna pass in the states. It's going to be the first page first of all. So let's go to the person list view and on change, and we also pass in the set page as the parameter. Set page is equal to set page as the parameter. and let's go to the personalized view, and we're going to do set page the value. Let's just also implement the set page here. Okay, now now it will basically work. Whenever you want to change it, this will work. But now the problem came here. Whenever the state changes, I want to send the request to the backend API to give me the new data. So how did I do that? It's basically, we're going to do this using use effect. On the use effect dependency, I'm going to say I want the page dependency as well as the total pages dependency. That way, whenever our page changes, these fetch persons we're gonna call again. And we want another use effect only for our total pages. Let's just say page, and here the fetch persons. We also want to render the total pages, so we're gonna do this inside this use effect. So how will I do that? Before even doing this, what I would like to do is get the total pages. Currently, if I see how many pages are located in my here, you can do is total pages. This is how you can do. If the size is about 4, then how many pages are there? So we also want to specify a basic no, we're just going to get each page with 10 records. I don't want to specify an input field which contains a basic you want to input like 4, 5, 10. We don't want to do that, it will take a long time. So we want to get each page containing about 10 records. So this is how you can get the fetch the total pages, and we want to fetch the total pages right now. So let's go to our person service and export another function. Export function fetch total pages. Fetch total pages. That will contain the set method, and here I want to do is it's gonna send an axios request again. Axios dot get to dollar application dot backend, and let's just say I will not specify any size. I want to always get the page containing about 10 records. That's all. Application backend slash API viewer person slash fetch slash total pages, I believe, total page slash size slash 10 dot then dot catch console.log the error for simplicity. Now whenever we get that data, we want to just set it using the data dot message, that is getting the message containing our total pages. So let's say we want to get the only the message here, so we can just directly do this right now. See, now this is the way you can get the total pages amount. So now back to our controller layer, where let's just the fetch total pages, and we're gonna pass in the set total pages. After doing that, you've been noticing that our total pages amount is about 20, which is shown here. Perfect, right? Now the next thing I want to do is whenever the page changes, I want you to send the request. I think now that's like complete, right? But not really. See, we want to send that page to this function parameter when I say page, and this will receive the page as a parameter. And now I'm just going to do this. Now our complete fetching, I guess it is completed. Now let me go back, say 100, also 90. So you got this first 10 records. If I switch to the second record, we got the second 20 records, third 30 records, and here you go fourth 40 records. And it's a good thing that is also responsive to phone applications as well. So yes, so this is our fetch completed. So as you can see, now look at our code. It is much cleaner and easier to understand, right? I told you. Now we have implemented this all. Now let's move on to the next part. The next part is basically about adding the data. Now we have fetched the data. Now let's go to the adding the data, deleting the data, updating the data, and then that is going to be end of our project. Then we're gonna host it out. Okay, so now I have actually explained everything, so I do not have to explain everything. If you didn't understand about the MVC architecture I'm using, I don't know if it's good or bad. I just created that on my own. So I just discovered that on my own. So if you have any question, or if you have a better MVC architecture than this, you comment down below. It's actually React doesn't support any. React doesn't have our own library of MVC architecture like Angular, so we have to implement on our own. Our programmers have to implement on our own. So I've just shown you the basics. You can discover more MVC architecture with better examples and better videos. Alright, so let's implement the add functionality in our project. So get back to the routing. As you can see that we are getting the add as an add person. Now what happens when we try to add these data? Let me show you what happens. So basically our views containing the form, whenever we want to add the data, our forms data will be set into our, suppose we have a state called person here, which is basically null right now. And whenever our views form is submitted, those forms data will be passed into the controller layer and change that state. And whenever that state changes, that will be full with data, and that data will be transmitted to the service layer. And before the data even transmitted, we want to basically typecast this to the model and then send to the service. That service will add the request, add the data. Okay, now let's do this. Now let's go to our add functionality and implement this. So I'm not even going to do a lot of CSS, so there's no point of me for cutting this part out. So let's just create a views on a person. Let's say I want to create a new file called like person add.jsx. person add, okay, sorry, oh, it's return. Now right here we want to just do a basic form. So I guess we can skip this form part, because I don't want you to be bored using these like forms and CSS. So I'll be cut back when our CSS and HTML are complete. Alright, so we have imported everything we need now. Okay, so yes, so right now we have implemented the basic things. Now let's just run this thing. Person add CSS person add. Okay, so instead of we're gonna do is alert the data using the JSON dot stringify the to get the data. So now I've created a form which is used to basically this on submit will get the data. Okay, and this is some basic if else I've done here, which it doesn't matter. So I've used the React hook form I've used here. So if you're not familiar with it, you can just run on, you can just learn it, that's fine. Alright, so let's go back to our React application. So it says person add is not defined. Okay, I haven't implemented that as well, so let's go to person add and do this, and let's go back and let's head over to the slash. Okay, a lot of things is undefined. The person add, okay, we don't want to implement this. bt number line. Wait a second. Do not want to implement this as well. Okay. So all right, so this is our basic add functionality we have created here. So we don't want to like slash add to always navigate to here. Let's create a basic this is going to be our submitted. When we're submitting, like suppose I'm going to submit using the scene h11, this will just render this, which only makes sense. All right, as you can basically see there, oh sorry, that's data. All right, so now if I send that, it says the wait a second, it says null. If I say 1, this will get the 1. Very much simple, right? All right, now the next part what I want to do is basically whenever I will add the data, whenever you're gonna add the data, so we're gonna get these datas and set it into a particular person. Okay, so we just got the datas, and if you have used the react hook form, then you must know that you can use some restriction and some validations in your code. So I have already created the boilerplate code, but I haven't add the restrictions for it. So if you do want to add the validations and restrictions in your code, then what you can do is basically implement these in your particular file, that validation schema. So we know that in our Spring Boot, our validations and everything contains in a file right here. Here we have this at the id, at the generated value, and more on. Okay, so these are the things, but there's also one more thing that I have mistaken here, is to specify it is as a nullable, and I'm really sorry that I'm doing this under the front end part, because I forgot to add the column as a nullable, as to mention is that not null. So I'm sorry to implement this column nullable false. I'm really sorry to implement this thing. I should have done this earlier, but I have forgotten, so I'm going to just do it right now to check this out. So now this what to do is basically it will say that that column should not be null. That is what they're gonna do. So now our project has ran. Now let's do this that let's go to the database section, and we have this console. Let's describe our person again. See that see it's it says null. Yes, I need to be rated not null. So the best approach for me to do this is by basically deleting the table and run that thing again. In that way, that will be like a more easier way for me to do it. So I'm just going to drop the table right now, run it again, and I'm really sorry to implement this part after so long after the video. You can blame me for this, I'm sorry. Alright, so our auto incremented value key table not null. Yes, now it's not null. Now let me go there, full stack person db refresh. Let's describe it. Currently there should be no data available. Yes, so let's do the source command again to pass the data. So say source. Okay, Alright, whatever. So now we're back to normal again. So now we are implemented that we have implemented this is cannot be null, so we need to do some validations. So the form is only to be submitted if all the values are there. So let's add the validation, and we're gonna add the validation in our model class, because Spring Boot has this annotation thing which is doing these validations. So this is basically in the same class as the model, so we're gonna do the same thing as in our model class. We're gonna do is a const schema, which is going to be our schema. Let's just say import star as yup from yup, and I want to do is yup dot object. Here I want two. The first one is going to be the name, which is going to be yup dot string dot it's going to be yup dot string so right here I want to say required. I'll say name is required, and we want another one which is going to be age yup dot number dot type error. There's a reason I'm using type error, because if you do not specify anything, this will cause a nan value, nan, which will cause a type error. So it's just you'll be noticing why I'm using it if you try to do it on your own. So just follow the steps along with me. Age is required, so let me do that, and now this thing is like completed. So if I do to there, then let's just export this schema. Now that's the last thing we can do, is export the schema. Export schema, and let's go to our export. Right, now let's go to our person list view. So sorry, a person add. Now here we want to pass in the schema. So resolver, yep, resolver. Basically our main work hasn't even started yet. It's gonna start after a minute, so hold on a minute. We will implement the yup resolver. Now you'll be noticing something different. Now if you want to add the data, you'll be noticing that yes, name is required, age is required. This thing is showing the red background because I've set it on the CSS, nothing else than that. If you implement and learn the React hook form, then you can do this. But now if you haven't, then you can basically skip this entire part. But it is a you need to remember that I've forgotten to add the column nullable equals true, so make sure you add that too. Alright, so now whenever we send the data with the particular value or the values here, you can see that our data is completely working. Now want a state had the person controller class, which is going to be set by the views. Let me show what I meant. Let's go to the person controller class again. Person controller. Here let's add a state. That state is going to be const person set person is going to be the user state containing basically nothing. So if we want to pass this set person, easy, right? So let's add the props. Props dot set person d. So whenever this thing is set by now it's set, our person has been set. Okay, all right. Now this whenever the person is set, what I want to do is send a request to a service there to add it. Easy, right? So let's do is reu. Okay, let's do is person is going to be no, we're gonna say null dependencies here, and we want to basically do is send it to our um, service layer. Before I do anything right now, what even really happens if I send it to the service layer? What if we really did is basically add the data successfully, which is completely fine. What after that? How are you supposed to know the data was successfully added to our database? So we need a basic notifier to say that yes, the database, the data has been added. So how we would like to create a notifier, which is going to be really simple. Let me show you what did I meant. Okay, sorry about that. Wait a second. So we want a basic pop-up dialog. We want a basic pop-up dialog um, component, which will do is work as a notification. So if I create a file called pop-up dialog.jsx, export default function pop-up. Let's just okay, gonna do that. Alright, we have just implemented this basic pop-up dialog. Remember, this CSS doesn't matter, but if you really care much, then you can do is basically pull these things from our GitHub repository if you wanted. So this is going to be our pop-up dialog. So now if I do is this, this receives like two things. First of all, let me show you. Just put this pop-up dialog aside, person add here. So in the end, we'll have to implement the pop-up dialog. Pop-up dialog. Again, this thing is only created by me. I'm just going to say that. So say message is equal to going to be hello world, and I'm gonna say these are the three basic things I'm going to do. Is alert type. Want to see if I set it as an info. There's some alert types. We got info, error, success, warning. So that's going to be info. And then I'll say as a open is equal to, it needs a state right now. So we need a state like open, and then we need a set open, which will basically set that state to off. So you know where it's going. So we want to do is basically get these things from the controller layer. I hope you understand. So we want to get these things from the controller layer. That way this is going to work. Alright, so we want the controller layer to be in action. Let's see. That's wrong. Okay. the VS Code loaded after a bit while. Okay, so now what I want to do is basically create a state called message. Set message equals user state const, let's say alert type, set alert type is equal user state. So this message is going to be a basic double quoted message because now it's currently blank. Alert type is going to be default info if nothing is specified, and we're gonna have this const open, which will const open is equal to open user state, and boom. Right here, let's say if it's false, or let's say if it's true, and let's pass all of the things right here now. So what I want to do is dot message, sorry, dot set message Okay, it's not gonna work like that. Set message. Okay, this is not supposed to work like that as well. Set alert type. Okay, I don't trust this. Set message. No, first of all I'm gonna set the message just like that. Let's send the alert type, alert type, and then we want to pass in the open, and set open as set open. You'll see what did I mean. So let's go to person add again, and right in the add at the bottom, let's implement our pop-up dialog. So let's say pop-up dialog open is equals to props dot op props dot open, and set open will be props dot set open. Message will be the props dot message. Alert type will be props dot props dot alert type. Now we have implemented them all. Let's check it out for web browser. You see, now I've set that to true, so it's basically gonna show this, and then after some time this will automatically go. See? Alright, now for now I'm gonna set that as the false. So we want like a response. Okay, let me just create a function and I'll show you what I meant. So we're gonna create a response function which will receive the message, the alert type, okay, and gonna do is this: set message to that message, set alert type to that alert type, and set open to true. And now right after doing this, we want to do is use the use effect. Okay, now we're going to the real part. So we're gonna pass in the our dependency will be the basically nothing is going to be our dependency. No, our dependency will be the persons. So our first time this will call the use effect at the beginning, because we know use effect is called 2 times. One at the beginning, second is at the stage when the state changes. So let's say if the person has null, then do you want to send that request at the beginning? No. So you want to do is, oh sorry, it's not supposed to be persons, it's supposed to be person. Okay, now if the person is existed, now the data is set, then you want to send the request. So let's go to a service layer and basically create a file, and basically a function is going to be export function add person, which is going to contain 2 things. First of all, the only a single thing is going to be a response. That's all. Response and the person, which is to be sent, and the response to be given back. And what I want to do is axios dot post to $application.backend API v1 person slash add, I believe. Let's go that person slash add, and whenever we're gonna, our controller layer doesn't know what the service layer is going to do, so basically our controller layer will send this using the cast. For the sake of this model layer, again we want to send it using the fetch. Okay, wait a second. Fetch add persons, add person. We're gonna pass the person object and the response, and not only it's gonna send the person object, but also want to cast this thing to the model. So wanna do is JSON to obj. This is a single JSON to obj. So control click this, JSON to obj. Yes, perfect. I will return the new person. And on our add person, this will basically change that object to JSON. So this person dot then. You're probably thinking that this is a complete waste because I could just send it. I could have just send it. We don't have to like send it again and typecast it back. But for the sake of the model layer, I had to do it. So now we got the data. Now if you send it using good data like IDs and primary keys, and if all the things are well, and if you have the primary, basic and everything good, then our backend should return a result called true. And if you enter the same thing or do something wrong, this will result as a false. So based on that, we want to do this. So if data dot result is true, means if the data is added, then what you want to do is set the response to basically data dot message is going to be the response, and it's going to be a success type. See, now this is making more sense. And it says if you're gonna be an error type. Now I think this is completely implemented. Person controller react not defined 39 number line, scope person controller 39. Oh, use effect. So now if we actually send something, there's one more thing I would like to do. Okay, no, that's it. So currently let's see that we have these datas and we got over 20 pages. Currently we do not need this page for our testing, because if you want to do that, you have to like traverse across 20th number page and see the last value which is added. So right now what I'm going to do is basically delete from the person all of them again, and currently there is like no values right now, 0, none. Let's go and add it again, and you see this thing, I mean the add button here, which will basically going to navigate to the add one. So let's go to our header. Let's just let me check out one more thing. A bar. Don't mind me. Okay, so it's right after the tempo if it's in toolbar. Okay, so if I do is create a button from material and say variant equals, do not specify any variant. Then we're gonna say that create or plus sign, and on clicking on this, we want this to navigate to the slash add. That's all what I'm gonna say. Navigate. Okay, so I have this basic plus sign to go here. Now if we currently have no data, if we go a plus sign to add one, let's say, and add a data called Tasin with 13 years old, and add it, noticing no response out of server, it means something went wrong. So if I go to the console, it says failed to load resources. It says that the failed to the cross origin didn't work. So let's check it out if we have used the cross origin here. Add the red cross origin. origins is equal to star. This should be working. Okay, let me try one more thing. I think it's because of this. Let me send that request again. Yes, see, successfully added person. Now if I go back, you see I have mistakenly clicked it 2 times. That's why it happened. Let's go back to plus sign and just change it to like someone else, like a Marsh, who's like 52 years old. If I add that, successful add person, and you see we have Marsh here. So this is a basic implementation of how to pass the data to the service layer using these nice CSS, and it doesn't probably matter, but main thing matters is the MVC architecture. Okay, now we're going to do is basically do the updates and deletes. We're going to do the delete first. So how we're supposed to delete? So I've already created this boilerplate delete button, which if you click on ID's delete button, this will delete that particular report. So how do you do this? Let me show you how. So on the person controller, we have a controller called delete person right here, and what I'm going to basically do in backend, we have said something like delete /203 or the ID to be deleted. Yes, I'm going to implement almost the same thing here. So here on the delete, we're gonna pass something as called ID on our delete person. So basically for now I'm just going to show the ID as an h1 element. So let's do that. So I'll do is const ID use params, that's all, and instead of saying h1 delete, we're gonna pass in the ID to be shown here. So if I go and do /delete /2, if you're noticing that this is gonna show 2, if I say 3, this is gonna show 3, which only makes sense. Alright, now we want to paste. If you click this, it will send that ID. Let me show how you do it. So let's go to a person single view now, not list view. Here we have this update and delete button. So let's create a on click method here. Before that, let's create the navigate to that thing. Say const navigate use navigate, and right here I want to do is first the delete. So I'm gonna say on click navigate to /delete / and let's say, let's just do something like that, such as a $ person dot get ID, just like that. So now if you do this, have the 203 number. So I do this and you can see the 203, 202, 202, 201. Now it's finally time to implement the actual part to basically delete it. So we have, it's going to be straight up because there's nothing more to do. We are not showing any pop-up dialogues right now, because after deleting it, this will navigate to the fetch panel. So we do not need any pop-up dialogues. Pop-up dialogues is going to be needed at the update statement, because we have to notify that the user the data is set. But now we're just gonna fetch the data in the end, so the user will automatically know. So we have this thing implemented. The next thing I want to do is basically let's say I do not want to return anything at all. Let's create a navigate, const navigate use navigate, or I want a basic like success. I want something like, if that's like true, I mean I want to render nothing almost, but if yeah, we don't want to render nothing. So let's do this. So let's get the const. We just want a finish function which will do after, which will run after finishing the request. So in this finish, we're going to get the This will just navigate to the slash panel. So it'll be const navigate use navigate to slash, and now gonna do is basic use effects. Not basically use effect, it's going to be use effect to basically without any dependency to call whenever this function is called. If id exists, then what you want to do is basically send that request to the service layer. So let's create that thing. Export function delete person, which will receive the id and the finish function. I'm gonna do is axios dot delete to $application dot backend API v1 person delete slash $id. I believe that's what I've done there. Yes, that's what I've basically done there. So API v1 person delete parenthesis id dot, then when you're done with this, just to is then you're gonna get that data dot catch Alright, now we got the data. So what will this data contain? The data will contain if the value is deleted as a result as true or false. And one more thing to be remembered here that I've almost did wrong again. I'm sorry, I've did something wrong again. Alright, let me show you what I meant. Suppose we have this 203 here. If I want to add another using 203, this doesn't shows any error. Let me show you the main reason why it is not showing any reason, because this is rendered to the 406 status code, and whenever you go to the 406 status code, this axios, what it does is basically goes to here. So if I do this console.log error, okay, now if I send that request again, then you'll be noticing something that the console had this axios error containing the code error bad request. And now the thing I want to get is the status code from these. Yes, here you go, dot response. From this response you can get the data. Okay, from that response there's the axios error, and that we can get the response, and inside that response you can get the datas here, and that is the data, and as well as the request status. Okay, what if we want to do is basically get the response himself right here, response, and add the data again. Then you'll be noticing only the response object will be shown here. The datas, the status. The data contains the basically, yeah, here you go, we got the data and the status. Now we want to do is if response dot status, oh sorry, status is equal 406, then alert wrong. Okay, now it's wrong. Let me do that. It's wrong. All right. So now what we want to do is then response. Okay, so we cannot do that. So let's directly get the error dot response dot status. Okay, then I want to do is console.log error dot response dot data, and let's do that. Inspect element console. Here you can see the data right now, and I want to do is add in the response statement. Response error response data message and error. Now we're talking. Okay, now if I refresh this, we currently have this 203. Let's add it again. 203. We're noticing couldn't add person. Oof, finally. Okay, now there's nothing happened here, right? So let's go to our delete functionality again. So now, just to make sure that everything is cool, perfect and clear, now let's do this axios dot delete, and we want to set the application dot backend slash API v1 person delete person delete, and we're gonna pass the ID here, which is meant to be deleted, and that ID dot then you see, I do not want to do anything with the response data right now, because even if it's in right here, I do not care if it's wrong or not, because this would redirect to the fetch and the user can see if the data is added or not. So I'm gonna do is call the finish functionality, even though if it still catches an error, just call the finish functionality. So right now if you do this, okay, it still didn't error. Let's delete it, and let's see what does that finish. Okay, we still haven't implemented that in our delete person, haven't implemented in our person controller yet. So if ID then delete person, wait a second before that, okay, delete person, and then we're gonna pass in the IDs and the finish functionality. Now let's refresh it. Now we notice this is a 203 here. Let's delete it. Okay, now it's gone. Now as you can see, this is really working. Now to the last step, what we're all waiting for is the update statement. Okay, so at the last part, the update. So now you have understood every single point. Now let's do the update and we'll be finished. So let's do this. I'm going to almost import everything that I have done in the add to use the update, because they will almost do the same amount of thing. So the same amount of thing that I've done here, but instead there will be some changes. Let me show you how. Whenever you click on these update statement, this will do is I want this to navigate to this thing, to the routing. Let me go to the routing again. So and slash update will also receive the ID. So let's go to a single person view and almost going to do the same thing that we have done here, and navigate to slash update slash person dot get ID. That way if I click on this, see that update. Now let's get that thing. Let's just clean it up. The person controller update, receive the ID. Now if I refresh this, we have this 201 means it's working. Now the next thing I want to do is implement it. How will I to implement it? So we need to call the views layer to basically get the data from that view. So basically we're gonna call the views layer, and inside that views layer, what we're going to do is basically we want a form that will receive all the data, and as well as the add person, we're gonna have the state person in our update person, which will basically contain the default value. So right here what I want to do is we want to get a form with the default value written on the with the records given. Okay, I think you have still gotten confused, but let me show you what have I meant. So right now what I want to do is think about just don't think about anything. We want to get the particular single person using ID. So let's do this. So I'm gonna do is const person set person, or I'm gonna say current person. Okay, no, I'll say person set person. It's gonna be fast. I'm gonna do this fast. Okay, now let's call a basic use effect again with 0 dependencies, and we're gonna do is create a service layer which will get the data. Sorry, let's go to our service layer and get another function called export function. Get fetch person by ID, and right here we're gonna get the ID as well as the set axios.get $application.backend /API v1 person slash fetch by slash fetch slash the ID number session slash fetch slash parenthesis ID dot then receive the data dot catch the error. Perfect. And what I want to do is whenever you receive the data, I would like to just set that to the data. Let's go to a person, fetch person by ID set person. Okay, now let me refresh. I think this done. The console is blank. Let me just see if there's any error caught. So you see you got an axis error. The request failed with status code 302. So let's see what does 302 means. Status code Mozilla Firefox, and let's go to what did I get? I got the 302 status code. So 302 is a redirectional message. This 302 means found. Okay, it's basically saying found. Let's see what the data contains here. And on the response data we got these things. Okay, so basically they think that this is an error. I think so. So they think that this is an error. That's why they're doing this. Okay, fine. If found means that, then let's just say we do not want to do anything right here right now. we're gonna do is remove this thing response and do absolutely nothing with this. So by that error we want the response, so get the response resp. And right now if I scroll down, you'll be noticing that yes, this response contains everything. And that response, if I say that if response dot status equals 302, then do these followings. Then what am I going to do following? That I'm going to do response dot data. Okay. Okay, it's kind of big error right now. Okay, so we cannot just do this. Let's just say I want to stringify this person just to see that if the data got here. Okay, we got that particular data. So now if I click on this 202, he will saying that we got the data. So that's a first step. We have completed the first step of our project for this. Now we want to pass this data as a person object. So let's just create a person object and we're gonna pass it here. So fetch person by ID. It's not only going to set the response data. This will just cast this data to a person. I'll say obj, sorry, JSON to obj, and then I'm just going to this JSON to obj. This is a JSON, and this is going to typecast it to object and set the data. And now this would almost show the same thing. Don't mind me. Okay, alright. The next thing I want to do is basically create a form where we're going to implement these. So this is going to be similar to the person add.jsx. You know, it's so much similar that I'm just paste it here and rename it to person update, and let's just say that I want to use the person update. And for now let's just say that I do not want the pop-up dialog to be here. Okay, so I'm going to comment this pop-up dialog for now, and let's just call this thing and let's see, we got this basic thing. And I'm going to pass something called current user, current person, as we're gonna pass it using current person, and I'm basically going to pass that as the current person. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, I can just do this person. So now I want to do is set it as a default value. So right at our IDs and everything, we want another field called default value is equal to parenthesis props dot person dot get ID. Let's copy that thing, and I'll basically use this almost everywhere. So now after that, you'll be noticing if I refresh this, you'll be noticing that okay, again error again. It says cannot be properties of null get id. All right, it's cannot gets the it cannot get the id. If I do this, alright, I think I know why it's not sending the data. It's basically because before even it got the data, um, it renders it. Okay, let me just do a simple thing which will remove its pain. Do is get id. We want a conditional rendering here. No, not conditional rendering exactly. We want something, instead of saying null, we'll just pass in something like this. Now this might work. It should just return the id as null. Okay, it didn't. Okay, instead of that, we're just going to create a new person object. That's all. Then the get id should return a null object. That's what I'm saying. Yes. So right after, when it's like done, if the set data has been set, this should be work. This should work. Person. Okay. Alright. It's not working, so let me just test it out again. Okay, it's getting a bit slower. Right, not this one, this one. So we have this, and okay, now let's set the data. But it should took a really while to set it. It still haven't set it. Let me refresh it. So here you got the ID 202, and this should be sending the data. Well, I'm not sure why it's not doing it. So we have this person which is receiving the props dot person dot get ID, which should be working. Let's just change that to a single ID. Okay, I'll be back after resolving this problem. Okay, so I fixed it. So the main thing I have to do is basically use a conditional rendering to say if the person is found, then only send it. If it is not found, then do not do anything. Okay, so right now it's completed. Now as you can see, we have gotten the data. Now our first step is complete. Let's get to the next step, which is about after sending the data, I want these things to be done. First of all, after just setting the data, I want to say that set person to that I want to set that person. Alright, let me show you what did I meant. So const, I'll create another one called changed person, set changed person equals use state, and inside that I'll pass almost nothing, and I'm gonna create a use effect only for this, and that will be about changed person is going to be my dependency in this use state. And I'll say if the changed person is like iterated or changed, or it's an actually used person, then do this. Then what I want to do is basically I want to pass the person update. This called set changed person. The set I'm not gonna say set changed person, I'm gonna say set person is equal to set changed person. That way it's gonna work. Now after that we're gonna say props.setPerson, the data. And now if I do this console or say alert json dot stringify changed person, and now if I do this, you say this is a beauty. Now let me just change that ID, and look at that, this thing works completely nice. Now the next thing I want to do is basically that we have done before. I would like to just pass in these things that I have created, which is the messages. And what I'm gonna do is basically copy in this entire thing and paste it here. Okay, makes sense. Now right after that I want to copy these things as well, which is this these are the things that I want to just put them there. And let's go there, and I'm gonna pass in them as well. Now we have a beautiful looking things here. Now let's go here and comment this out. Yes. Now the first thing I want to do is, if I specify this to be true, then you'll be noticing that my browser, yeah, here we go, this means this is working. Response also works, and now we have this completed. We have changed person, and now we want to set it to a service layer with the ID and the changed person, which will change it and set me a response. That's a really simple process. So what I'm going to do is create a service layer, which is going to be export default export function update person. This will receive just the ID of the person and the newest person change, the person object himself. And after this object himself, I want to do is axios dot put request to the application dot backend slash API v1 person slash update slash, and I want to just pass in the ID number, which is going to be dollar parenthesis ID, and I'm gonna pass this data dot catch error, and let's do this. And I hope if there's anything wrong at changing these things, this will probably show a 404 error, else it's gonna 200, which will render in the then function, which only makes sense. Okay, now you send the request, and now what you want to do is also gonna render is return the get the response here. And you see it's also the result is going to be taking a part here. So what I want to do is, we do not need to check it out, because if there's an error, then it will automatically just show me the error, which should be 404. I think if I do that, this should be 404. This is going to be in the catch statement. So what I want to do is, in the response I'll say data.message, and as well as I'm gonna say success. See, seems perfect. And right here I want to check if that's 404. Then I'll do is if response.status, inside that catch we want that response object, and if response.status equals 404, then render this with the error. Then it's not give me just data.message, that would be response.data.message. Response.data.message. Now we have this cleared work here. Now I believe our project is completed. We got this 202, If I do that, change that to Tahsin Ayman and do this. Okay, something went wrong. Let's check that out. Okay, we still haven't implemented it in our controller layer, so let's just implement it in our controller layer. And there's one more thing that I have to do at the last is you see this is the add icon. I don't like it. Let's just change this to the edit icon, which makes a bit more sense. So let's go to the views layer. Now instead of this speed data icon, I'm just gonna use the edit icon, which should be, if I go at material icons, and now I'm just gonna search with the edit icon here. Edit, this edit icon, yes, I'm talking about this. Let's copy this line and get to the top of this thing and basically paste this. Now this thing is completed. Now you can see, that's just, yeah, you have this edit icon. Now if I set change this value, this says, oh, I still haven't plugged it yet, I'm sorry. So right here I want to do is update person. I want to pass in the ID, the person object, the changed person object, and the response at the end. Now if I see successfully updated person, now this is say Tahsin Ayman here. Now if I do this, and currently we have 201 here, so if I want to change that 201, this should show an error, but it didn't. Now let me see why it didn't show any error. So if I do an alert, see it says person not found, then it should be causing an error. It's not doing it, so well, I'm not actually sure why. Yes, in the response object, oh, I got it. Alright, so there's two responses here, so that's why it's not working. So if for me to do that, you need to pass an error, and each response we need to do is error dot response dot status and error dot response data message. Yeah, person not found. See, now our complete project is done. We can delete it, we can add it, and we can do everything. So so I'd like to call this an end of our full stack project. Not end yet. I've still got the last step to cover up for you guys, is about how to deploy this application on a free server and how to get that cloud database of yours, so you do not have any bit of question left on you. So it's gonna be a really small session the next time, so hope you're ready. Take something, coffee or whatever you want. I'll be seeing in the next session. We're going to deploy our application to a particular server. It's going to be a free server, so don't worry about it. So for now, let's just say goodbye, and we'll see you in the next session. Okay, so I hope you're ready to get your hands dirty for the last time. So right now we have ended our complete full stack project using Spring Boot in the backend and React MVC architecture in the frontend. For real, this thing looks a bit cleaner and much useful for you guys. So now it's time to deploy our application and say bye bye to our local PC and deploy it to a real server where everybody can see it. Okay, so for now it's not going to be programming, it's going to be an easy deploy. Let me show you how you can do that. First of all, we are going to be creating our cloud database in a server called remote MySQL. Now I already have a database there. but if you want, so you can actually go and create one right now. It's completely free. It is a really fast database. I love it so much. I use it for multiple projects, and I have used it in my latest projects as well for testing. So here you can just go to the database section, take some surveys, and then you'll get your own database. Currently I already have mine, so I do not want to do that. So go back to IntelliJ, go to that application.yaml file, and configure the database like usernames and passwords. So you can actually now I'm going to go and cut back because I do not want to share my database username and passwords publicly. So I'll be back when I have the cloud SQL database URL strings everything set. So I've given my basic username, password, credential, as well as the database string, which is now completed. Now what I want to do is deploy this Spring Boot application. I want to just jar this application. So go to the terminal of yours. Here I have this terminal. Let's I want to open this terminal and do is maven clean install, which will before I do this, there's one more thing that I have to do. So I want you to create a account on replit.com, which is a completely free account. You can create there, replit.com, and I want you to create account. I already created account and signed in. So in order for me to host to my application here, the server needs to be hosted on not localhost, it needs to be hosted on 0.0.0.0 at random port. Let me show you what did I meant. So basically let me just wait a second. Alright, right here I have this address to localhost. I want to change this to 0.0.0.0 and the port to random ports, whatever you want. And right after that, make sure you just change your server address like this. And now I want to do is mvn clean install. And right after that, you'll be noticing that it's gonna install it's gonna mvn clean install to build the project. And you'll be noticing that in my database it's gonna create the table again. In my cloud database, you should be noticing, yes, it created this person table. Let me just fetch from this person table. Yes, so it as a test they added this. Okay, whatever, I don't actually care. Alright, so our build is completed. Let's open that particular folder and you'll be noticing where the build is. The build is going to be at target this backend 1.0.0.0.jar. okay, seems perfect. And I just want to open this file manager like this for now, because let me show you what am I going to do. So I'm going to create a Java. Let's follow the steps that I do. Java applet and just name it whatever you want. Let me show you how the URL is going to be. Suppose your username is your username is this, your username. Okay, so the project where you're going to host it, suppose the project is called the person-backend person.backend.username.repl.co. this is where the server is going to host if you use the 0.0.0.0.host. so I'm going to use the person-backend. right, this is going to just open this up. And what I wanted to do next is basically you have this here, get the backend 1.0.0.jar and put that here. This will take a little bit time to do the things, but once it's over, you are set. Alright, while this is going on, I want you to go at the your React project and do the thing what I do. So I want you to do is basically I want you to build this entire project using yarn run build to build this entire project. I'm gonna just let this build for now, and let me show you what I'm going to do next. So I'm just gonna let this download. While it's downloading, you need to click on show hidden files and get the .replit file here, and inside this .replit file, it's taking a time to load. Because a file is uploading here. Okay, and almost there. And okay, that's completed. And now our .replit file should show up. Next, I'm just click on it again. Okay, now I want you to do is first of all, let me just change the font size to make it a little bit bigger and better for you guys to see. Okay, now right here I want you to remove this compile line here, and inside this run line I want you to do is java minus jar, and then the jar file name. The jar file name is backend dash 1.0.0 dot jar. And now if I run this thing, you'll be noticing it's gonna run this, yes, and this is going to run the Spring Boot application himself. Hold on, oh, wait a minute. Almost just choosing the MySQL dialect. It's just getting database information, the JPAs and lots of stuff. Yes, here we go. This is our project hosted. Now a bad side effect of this is if you host something in your wait a second, let me refresh it. Person dash backend dot just copy that and paste this. Okay, it was just because of my internet. Now as you can see, this thing is hosted and you can see this on browser. Now one side effect of this is, let me tell you, this server runs out after an hour. It doesn't even longs after an hour. So how to make this server alive for 24/7 online is by knocking this server every every minute. So that's why you need another thing which is called uptime robot. So go ahead over to uptimerobot.com, and I already have an account. I'm just going to log in. Wait a second, it's maintenance. Okay, so now at uptime robot, you want to create a new monitor. As in the monitor type HTTPS, and the file name would be person backend, and the username of HTTP. Here I'll paste the URL. Oh, sorry. Here I'll just paste this URL. That's it. And now do nothing else. Just create monitor. Create monitor. Okay, now so our monitor is created. So now if you close the applet, this will still work. This will run 24/7 online. So this is and this is the end of our yeah, backend is hosted completely. Now the next thing you want to do is host your frontend application. Now before you want to host the frontend application, now I'm going to do first is map this URL to our back frontend application. So yes, that's what I've done here. I've just set this backend URL to my to this. I just pasted this line here. Okay, really simple. And now just for testing it, let me run the server again. I'm going to say yarn run start. Okay, so now this is our server, and now as you can see, currently in our cloud database we don't have anything, so let's create one. If I do this, okay, let's see where is the error is occurring. So yes, here we go. That took a while. Okay, so now as you can see, this is totally connected. So yes, you see, this is totally connected. Means now frontend application is mapped to our backend application. Now let's deploy our frontend application. So go to VS Code again and run this command: yarn run build. I've also removed the data key here because we do not need it anymore. So it's going to create an optimized build production. You see, we have this build folder is going to be creating, and while you're doing this, what I wanted to do is go and replicate again, and I want you to create one. I want you to create a blank REPL right now, and I want to name it as a person. Right after I done that, so it's gonna load the next environment, and I'm going to do this npm. I'm going to create the npm init. So it's going to Node.js. So here in the package name as person, version, discussion, a front-end application using react.js by Tahsin Ayman. Entry point, it's going to be index.js. Test command, okay. I'm gonna name the package one, version, entry point, test command, git repository, keywords, author, license. Yes. So this is our package.json is built here, as you can see. So sample full stack front end application, and I don't want any mains here. Author is going to say my name. Okay, so this is our total application. Let me go to settings and let me just change that to non-net. Okay, so this is our complete thing done, right? Really simple. Now the next thing I want to do is our build is gated. Let's open this particular folder and let's open our Chrome as well, side by side. Now I want to push this build folder there. see the build folder is pushed. Next thing I want to do is run this command npm install survey. So it's gonna install this npm package called survey, which is to run our application. So our dependency has add survey, and now at scripts let me add a thing called deploy. For the same what I do, survey minus s the folder build, and now if you do go to .replit file and enter this thing, run, you want to enter date npm run deploy. If I run this command, see our server is currently running on the web. Now this thing is configured with our web backend. You see this is working. Now to make it 24/7 online, I want you to go again at Uptime Robot and create a new monitor. HTTPS and name it as person frontend, and I'll specify the URL. Get monitor. Okay, so now if we close everything, this will be running 24/7 online. So as you can see, this thing too is running. If I refresh this is always running. So our backend front application is finally deployed, and this is the end of our complete full stack project. If you want to get the source code, you can head over to github.com/tasinaiman/fullstackperson-app. I'll be providing this link in the description below, so you can get it on your own and implement this code by cloning it. Make sure to follow me on Facebook and subscribe to this channel for more upcoming videos. So this is the end of our complete full stack project. I will be seeing you in the next video on a new topic.